Hello everybody, what's up? Uncle Butt, Dadda, Cider, Andy K, Illusion, Space Wave, Malogify, Scott Robinson, Suresh, Stepanovic. How is everybody doing today? So, for those who caught the last stream, you might have remembered that my fingers were in a bit of a state. I've actually got movement back in my main mouse finger. So this means we can start experimenting a little bit more with sound design and production. I've also been checking out very quickly or very briefly this new pack of Wavetables by Dadda in the chat here. Let me post a link to that before we start getting too in depth, because I may forget later. So we're definitely going to have a look at those wavetable packs today. Maybe obviously a bit of Vital. But yeah, if you guys have questions, just let me know. We're going to dive right in. Andy K had Cubase, second door Cubase for a few days now. Do you have any tips? How can I find my way around as quickly as possible? I think the key is to probably just head over to your preferences over here. And there's a couple of things here that you can kind of fine tune depending on kind of how you want your program to work. For me, one of the most important things is under this transport menu here, this return to start position on stop. That basically, like when you stop playing, it returns to where it was when you started. Otherwise, it kind of just pauses and carries on going, if you know what I mean. I think that's incredibly helpful for like finer editing and stuff like that. But there's various stuff in this menu that just makes life a little bit easier in terms of like how the door looks, how things react, and that kind of thing. So have a look through that menu there. Also, the workspaces is pretty cool. You can like customize how you want the look and feel of your door to kind of react and stuff like that. But also something I actually want to get into a little bit in this video. I'm not sure how many plugins you have, but like I've gotten to the point where I've got too many. And each time I'm looking, for example, for like a reverb or something like that, I've actually got to think first, like what reverb do I want to apply, and then search for it. But something cool that Cubase actually has built in is the ability to create plugin collections. So what this is like being able to... What's on the cap? It's Articuno, dude. So you can like create different, like, how can I say, categories of plugins, and then put them in folders. Like, for example, here under compressors, you can have various different types of compressors. So, you know, just for searching for things, it makes things a little bit easier. It's something that I've been meaning to do forever, just because like having to search for a plugin each time kind of like slows down your workflow. But being able to kind of like read like all of the reverbs that you have at one time definitely helps to sort of speed up the decision-making process. Can you go through your CR setup? Do you mean control room? Like in Cubase control room? Is that what you're talking about? Chimera SH dash. What's your favorite Psy subgenre? I don't know. I kind of go through stages. I like full on because it's a bit of a mix of everything. There's melodies, there's groovy bass lines. I find like when you go too much in either direction, it starts to get very kind of particular in certain like parameters which you have to use and that kind of thing. Like, for example, the darker you go, the less melodies you're allowed to use. And then like the opposite kind of with prog. So I find full on is a nice kind of thing in the middle, which allows you to experiment a little bit in each direction, if you know what I mean. Okay, so do you mean like you want to see what plugins I've got loaded here on the control room? It's Supervision, which is like an analyzer, which I basically just use this mainly for to check the phase of different things at different frequencies. Check this out. So it's a very nice analyzer for being able to see like what frequencies are in phase and that kind of thing, or the stereo content of certain frequencies. Then I've got Curve EQ. This is another analyzer. This basically just, I've got imprints of like some of my, I think this is an Asterisk track. I always forget that I've kind of loaded what that frequency response is. So I try and mix my tracks like closely to this kind of curve. And then Restream, which basically just sends the audio to OBS so you guys can hear it. And then Sound ID, which is basically the new version of SonarWorks. And essentially, if you don't know what that's doing, that's basically, let me actually show you here. This curve that you see here is the frequency response of my speakers and room. So what this plugin does is it basically reverses that frequency response so that what I'm hearing is flat frequency. And the reason I put this Restream before that, though, is so that you guys don't hear the acoustics of my room. Does that make sense? Yes, there is an alternative. I'm busy using it right now called Gatekeeper. What's your favorite Psytrance sample pack? Oh, that's difficult. Oh, I guess the one I use the most is probably the Xenosonics vocal pack. Just because, I mean, so often you just need like a quick vocal thing to use with like some effects and stuff like that. And there's so many good like kind of, I don't want to say generic because that's obviously always has like bad connotations. But there's like good, like very usable stuff in there that kind of fits into almost every... it says the audio is low bitrate for some reason. Am I dropping frames? Hey, what's up, Jazz Dude? How you doing? Yo, Dylan Hutchinson, thank you, man. Alpha 156, sorry, man, I can't speak German, unfortunately. Yeah, I generally sync my delays to tempo, except if it's going like really, really fast and you want to like tune it to almost like a specific pitch, then you can kind of like set it off. But for these kind of rhythmic, almost like psychedelic delays being used as... Why are so many frames dropping? When I use it as a mix tool, often I'll sync it to the tempo just so that everything kind of fits nicely into the entire kind of groove. This lead I'm calling Steven Eat Your Heart Out. So I think here I want to like split it because there's like a slidey bit and then like a rhythmic bit. But I want to split that into like two parts so we can kind of introduce them separately, I think. The bass is actually a preset from the Mute Productions Psytrance, Mute Productions Vital Psytrance Volume 1. But there's quite some heavy processing on here. There's snap heap with like 3 multi-passes, a bunch of stuff happening. I actually think it might be a little bit too plucky. It's like a bit too much, but I like it. When it goes like the upper notes, I think are a bit too much. So I might split the bass and then put those like upper octave notes onto like a different layer without that transient shaping processing happening here. Because I've got a part here which actually has a lot of the... And with this, it just kind of turns into a mess. I usually just leave it on the default color. Hey, Uncle Bat. They all sound good though, but the default, it just sounds good, so why not? Why touch it, you know? Yeah, it's a difficult one, hey Dada. It's like I like it in context because it kind of cuts through. This is a very spacey kind of mix, and it really punches through. But when you listen to it on its own, it's like, huh? Like, is that allowed? You know what I mean? It like feels punchier than the kick, actually. The age-old question: do you have a complete guide on what plugins you need to become a Psytrance producer? My friend, I'm going to tell you the best news ever. You don't need any plugins to become a Psytrance producer. You just need to find the ones that you're comfortable with and spend the time. It's got nothing to do with what you have. The kind of variable in that, the whole equation, the big variable is time. So, the more time you put into anything, the better you will get at that thing, regardless of, what tools you have. Vital is a good start because it's free, or there is a free version of it that is very, very I completely lost my train of thought. I'm on some painkillers and shit, so like my brain is a bit mush at this point. Sorry, glitch muted group at the end of the part. The 303 line play the last Speps solo. I don't think there is a traditional kind of 303 in this track yet, but this sound here is a bit of it's kind of based on the 303 type of sound. Can we score for movies in Ableton? You can try, but to be honest with you, there's various things I think that are very helpful when doing that kind of thing, like articulations, and Ableton hasn't really got anything in terms of like how you would program articulations and that kind of thing. Whereas Cubase has the expression maps and that kind of thing, which I am planning on doing a video on, if you guys are keen on that kind of thing. What was in that glass? That was a damn good smoothie. Bananas, goji berries, blueberries, raspberries, all the fruits. Anti-pattern, dude, you'd be surprised, eh? Just use a draw harp for everything. I'm pretty sure that's how Highlight Tribe do it. Just kidding. Just kidding. Slow down. Don't hate. Etienne Laverne. Can you show how you arrange the lead coming back every 16 beats very deep? Did you use LFO shape? I presume you are talking about... It's more of like a kind of... In this context, I think I used it more of a sound effect. I think it's one of these that you might be talking about. I think it was a couple of streams ago, I just took a bunch of the presets that I had made with various packs, and then just programmed like just quick stabs with a bunch of effects and that kind of thing on them, just to make it easier. Like when I have these moments when I'm kind of lacking a little bit in creative inspiration, I can kind of just throw a bunch of loops in there and they work together. So I think I called the stream something like making loops or something like that. So you can go back and actually see how I made each one of these sounds if you are interested. Vital 04R. It can play its solo, so much drive you become. Okay, let me see. Let's become the drive. This preset here, actually, if anyone's interested, is part of one of my Vital packs. Yeah, you can get that. I'm sure the stream bot has been spamming you guys with links. It's from one of my Vital packs. Let me see which one. LD Amanita. It's from volume 2. If you are interested in how to get that exact sound. Another thing that I always found is I was always defaulting to the same tools, not because, I mean, obviously, like, I love the tools that I use, but not because of like whether I wanted a specific sound. It's just because that was the first thing that kind of popped into my memory, almost like a muscle memory type of thing. And since I've kind of been organizing my plugins in a much more methodical way, now I think, okay, I want to delay. And I don't instantly think like, okay, color copy because it's like my favorite. I think let's go into the delays folder and try find something that we could maybe use in a different way. And this led me to remember this chow matrix thing. I'm not going to go into that now because that thing was just ridiculous. But, I'd forgotten about this plugin completely just because it was so ridiculous that I don't use it that often. But yeah, it's kind of just popping back into my memory, and I'm thinking now, like, we could actually use this somehow in a creative context, maybe somewhere else in the track or something like that. Anchor, man, I gave up on Cubase years ago, but this makes me want to check in again. Totally. Yeah, I mean, there's ways of doing everything in every DAW, but just certain things are easier in certain DAWs, so they become parts of like your music or parts of your workflow and make things a little bit easier. So levels of frustration are maybe a bit less when it gets to certain things, like maybe mixing or something like that. For some reason, like it seems to be like a common thread, like, oh, now we got to move on to the mix, but I think maybe it's because just mixing workflow in other DAWs isn't as good as it is in Cubase, because for me it's like, oh yes, time for the mix, and it's just like a 1 or 2 hour process, and it's kind of over. So it's a weird thing. New reason, does anyone use Bitwig? Yeah, I use Bitwig as well, but more for the kind of live jamming with synths and that kind of stuff, more in that context. It's Cubase, not Nuendo. I'm pretty sure it's more than 5,000 hours, dude. I'm pretty sure it's more than, but it's definitely over 5K. Because, I mean, for the past few years, I've been using it like all day, every day, basically. Except maybe like a Sunday. Where should we go with this? Is Cubase better than Studio One? No DAW is better than any DAW. There's just things in that one that, like in a certain DAW, that like for me, like just gel with my workflow and that kind of thing. Studio One is pretty capable though, as far as I understand it. Thank you, Alpha. Thank you very much. Should we do Memory Brigade? It's not a Space Echo emulation. It is I'm going to butcher this, Electro Harmonics, I think. There was an actual pedal. I've seen it a few times on actual pedal boards in my life. I think it was called the Electro Harmonics Memory Brigade or something like that. I might be wrong. But it looks like identical to this. The Arturia does have a Space Echo clone though. But I don't use it too often for full mixes because dude, do you guys know Plugin Doctor? DDMF Plugin Doctor. That is actually the best door. It is actually the best door. We can stop arguing, ladies and gentlemen. Plugin Doctor is the best. Anyway, I don't use the Space Echo for fuller mixes because it is a very full, noisy thing. So I tend to, I generally use it more in like ambient and that kind of thing, where I've got like a very thin sound that I need a lot of activity and stuff in, if you know what I mean. Or for like a classic dub snare, you know. If you guys don't know, let me show you a thing called Plugin Doctor. What have I done now? Where's it gone? Okay. Can you guys see this on the screen? Yes. So, what this is basically like a plugin analysis system. So it allows you to see exactly what plugins are doing to your sound, like on a linear audio level. So this is really cool if you want to like recreate, for example, the legendary like Paltec boost. You know, the 30 hertz cut or cut and boost simultaneous attenuate thing. I think it goes something like this. You can literally load one plugin on this side and then another plugin on this side. And then let's say, for example, load in Slice EQ over here. And we can draw in the exact like linear curve of that Paltec boost. Does that make sense? So we can actually recreate like the sound of any thing. There is like dynamics settings as well, so you can create custom like compressors that react like vintage compressors and stuff like that. It's got hardware audio ins and outs. So if you've got, for example, like an actual filter or an actual EQ or hardware compressor or something like that, you can use this to kind of model that exactly, like mathematically, like linearly to the exact T. So why is that helpful? So what I'm going to do is create like all my favorite kind of, you know, those like types of EQs and stuff that I use for specific types of sounds. I'm going to try to recreate those all with like Slice EQ so I can use them in a snap heap chain or a multi-pass chain or something like that. So cool. It's also nice to know, like, for example, like, I always used to be under the impression that, just because a plugin says it's a clone of something, it must sound exactly like the something. But, you know, once you start looking at all of these different clones in Plugin Doctor, you'll see that they're all so different. It's actually ridiculous. Like, every single Paltec clone I've loaded up into that thing has their own idea of what a Paltec clone should sound like. So being able to kind of see, you know, these guys are actually talking shit. Like, none of them are actually the real clone if they're all different, if you know what I mean. So it's a nice way of being able to kind of cut through a lot of the marketing bullshit, being able to see exactly what the thing is doing. A lot of the time with these like plugins that like exciters and that kind of thing, they just boost the lows and boost the tops. And you can quickly see that kind of thing with Plugin Doctor. So best DAW ever, even though it doesn't really make sound. Unfortunately not. No, Plugin Doctor is not free. But if you like plugins and you spend a lot of money on plugins, it's a good thing to buy because you can get the demos, load them up there, see what's actually happening. A lot of companies claim, like I said, that they're a clone of something else. So you can grab it, see how it kind of acts towards other things, if you know what I mean. How it compares to other plugins and that kind of thing. You can grab like more expensive plugins, compare them to the cheap ones, see how close they are. You'll notice a lot of like the newer developers of free stuff, a lot of their stuff looks and reacts and sounds identical to the stuff that people were paying hundreds of dollars for in the past, and being able to quickly see that is really, really cool. This Pultec example show how stupid hardware was done back in the days. It's a nightmare phase-wise, so basically it makes sound with bad engineering. 25. Yeah, I think it was. Yeah, Plugin Doctor was 25. But I mean, it's like, that's the price of just an EQ or whatever nowadays. Barely even. I mean, some EQs are like 100 and something. So if you think about like how it can actually save you from a potential snake oil situation in the future, it's actually a good investment. And being able to recreate things, like for example, if there's like the latest greatest plugin alliance EQ that's supposed to make your mid-range sound X or whatever, you can load it up and just recreate that thing, the same curve with any EQ. So pretty cool. Yo, I was praying there for a second. Got myself a distressor clone recently. Greedo, that's sick, dude. Hardware or software. I'd be interested to see what the Plugin Doctor curves look like on that one. If you know what I mean. I guess with that one, there's so many different like options, and goddamn, I swear my neighbors, they like enjoy hooting. Yeah, with the distressor, there's so many different modes and stuff. I guess it'll be impossible to get like all those different curves. Yeah, Jazz dude, in Plugin Doctor, you've got IR responses and phase responses and that kind of stuff. All that type of analysis is in there. I'm not so keen on the sound though. I like the interplay between these synths. Thanks, Greedo. Like you said, counter melodies. I like what's happening, but I don't like the sound itself. So maybe we can start looking at these wavetable packs and start creating something. The heck, I'm sure I loaded them in Vital. Maybe it was Phase Plant. Okay, give me a sec. I actually need to run to the bathroom as well. So I got to load these. Thank heavens I don't have to exit and get back in like in some plugins. Switch to Vital. Basically, I haven't used Serum in ages, dude. I'm sorry, guys. How could I do this? Serum was my first true plugin love. I think just the workflow in Vital, man. Just the workflow and the effects just sound so damn good. Often I find with Serum, you got to kind of coax the effects to kind of, you got to really push them to sound good, if you know what I mean. You got to know like their intricacies and stuff like that. But with Vital, you kind of just enable them and they sound good straight out the box, which is a plus for workflow. Okay, be right back. I think I put them all in like the user folder instead of in their like own folder. That's why. Let me see. I'm actually going to post a link to these again as well for you guys. There is a ton of wavetables in here. Oh my gosh. Just going to check if I got the first one as well. Okay, should be there. Should be good. Good to go. Hey, Mute. Hey, how you doing? It's so weird. Okay, let me reload. What the hell? They're not showing up. Oh, it's because of, I think, what? What is happening? Oh, they need to be inside a folder called Wavetables. Micro Kiev. What is that? Micro Korg. Hey, Mandragora, dude, how you doing? Micro Korg is good. It's a little bit dated, though, to be honest with you. That type of sound. I would say go for the Micro Freak if you want a synth, because that thing is an absolute powerhouse and it's really, really affordable. Dadda, do I have to do something to your wavetables to get them to show up? Because I believe they're all just in like the root folder. Do I have to put them in like a folder called Wavetables? Perhaps. Let's just see if this helps. Because all of mine, it's like presets. Yeah, and like wavetables. Let me see if this works. Okay, no, it's not a preset, it's a wavetable. There we go. Okay, there we go. Ha. Oh, duh. Oh my god, dude, you're right. Jeez, I'm such an idiot. It's right here. Oh, dude, that's the one. Every Psytrance song ever. No effects, nothing, just tables, bro. I don't think this will work with the melody though. We can definitely use it somewhere else though. Yeah, this sounds like that virus patch that everyone's constantly asking for in all of the forums ever. What is the FC tables? I do have all of the virus tables somewhere. I'm not sure if I've loaded them in here though. Oh, that one's got this really nice resonant kind of timbre to it. I must ask, what synth did you make most of these additive patches or thingamies with? Bruh, there's so many, what the fuck? I too tried to make some Harmer wavetables, but they didn't come out as good. Some of my Harmer ones are very shitty, actually. Ooh, bass wavetables. Burb tables are resampled bird calls. Yeah, dude, I recognize that straight away. I know the sound of resampled bird calls. Hey Glitch, what spec is your PC? It's an ancient i7. It's the i7 3770 plus, 16 gigs of RAM. I've still got an old hard drive, no SSD yet. My graphics card is pretty decent. I don't remember what one it is. That doesn't make all that much difference, although I think nowadays, like plug-in GUIs are becoming so advanced with so many like moving, flashing things that I think having a graphics card, look, I'm not an expert, but I think having a graphics card will increase your performance a little bit in DAWs. The bass wave table reminds me of Eskimo. The Hardy does. Cheers, Shep. Have a good day. Oh yeah, it is the one, hey? So this is not a preset pack, Fishadelic. Hey, how you doing? This is wavetable packs that I'm going through. So it's just like an oscillator that you can load and make your own presets out of. So what I've done is this is essentially just randomizing the table, like position, and I'm just cycling through these, and it's got a gate on it. It's like super simple preset, but I'm trying to show you like the versatility of these wavetables, you know? The monitors I'm using are Eames Audio Quartz, a German company called Eames. They're lesser known, but they're decent. They're really, really good, actually. A little bit lacking on like the subs and the low end. I think Adams would be like a little bit higher in quality. But yeah, I'd also be looking in the next like year or so, maybe upgrading the monitors as well. Cool, Mandragora. Shot for tuning in. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. Have a good day further. Let's see if we can make something a little bit more to fit with that like part, like what I was trying to go for there in that part. Let's initialize this. Let's see if there's any base wavetables. Usually work quite nicely because often they're kind of like as a basis for a lead and stuff, because often the basis of that is a saw wave just being processed and stuff. There we go. See, often the additive stuff, it's like, because it's so harmonic, there's like so much stuff going on there, frequency-wise, often it's hard to create like melodic sequences with it, because when you hear each note, you're hearing all these other kind of notes in the mix, if you know what I mean. It's like not updating anymore. What have I done? Okay, there, it's working. That's funny. I've actually got a video coming up explaining techniques of doing that. Literally this Friday. Dadda. I think it's something that's up with Vital. When I think single cycle waveforms for some reason don't, when you load them, they don't reset the interface, but the other ones do. Check, but the single cycles don't. That's interesting, huh? Point 1.0.5. Oh, interesting. I thought I was on auto updates. Just realized we've been looping this section for like a solid 30 minutes straight. My gosh. Somebody was asking about span settings. I think I did change my default settings when I first started using span. I think I did change the slope just so that it's flatter. It's easier to read if it's flatter, if you know what I mean. If it has that kind of like imbalance from like low to high, then it's much harder to kind of actually see what's going on those specific frequencies. But when it's flat, you can see like, okay, my lows are dominant or my highs are dominant or whatever, you know. The trick to making it like your mix sound like it has clarity is to have like an ever so slight boost on the tops, but not as much boost as there is on the low frequency. So like here, if you look at this like XY grid line that's being drawn here on the mouse cursor, you'll see that like this fundamental frequency of the track is the highest thing in the spectrum. So like this is the dominant frequency in the spectrum, as well as like this one. The second harmonic, this is usually like the presence of like the punchiness of the kick and stuff like that. And you'll see there is when you start to get this introduction of the high frequencies. And that's to kind of like, because I mean, in my mixes, I like my mixes to have that really open top end for it to sound like very kind of sharp on the top end. And so obviously I don't want it to overpower the low end. So the low end is like the most prominent thing. But then the second most prominent thing is like that, like really crispy hi-hats and cymbals and that kind of thing. And then this like dominant mid-range section is like where all the synths and the atmospheres and that kind of thing are. So if you just like visualize how you want your frequency spectrum to look before you start mixing and stuff, and you just understand like some basic principles of like where you want your dominant things to be. Obviously, this is for dance music, Psytrance. So like, it makes sense that the sub-frequency would be the most dominant thing. But you'll find this is a pretty, this like smiley curve is a pretty common thing amongst, across music, across all genres, you know. Alcopite. The bass needs to be replaced by a duduk. The classic. I actually quickly want to grab a cup of coffee. If you guys don't mind waiting a minute or two, I will be back. I'll play the whole track for you guys though, not just the same loop that's been playing forever. Hey, my Logify, how are you doing? Yes, indeed. Coffee, the much needed resource. Did I miss anything? Yeah, I prefer wavetable creation in Vital just because of the way you can stack things up, render them out, stack it up again, render it out again, get all sorts of crazy things. If you load up the multiband compressor and just keep rendering out the preset to wavetable, you start to get weird disperser-like effects. Let's see if we can actually do that real quick. Okay, no, but this is the lead that we're working on. Later. Somebody remind me in the chat. In a good 30 minutes or an hour or something, we'll start experimenting with that. I've got this thing that I've set up using Cubase's supervision, which has stereoscope as well as what they call the multi-panorama, which shows you stereo per frequency band. So you can see, is there low-end content which has stereo in it? So you can quickly see if there's phase issues in your low end or something like that. I think it's a lot easier to read than just a stereoscope, if you know what I mean. Because with a stereoscope, you kind of have to know what patterns to look for and that kind of thing to know certain frequencies and that kind of thing. The bounce to audio thing. It's a 50-50. It's 50% to save on CPU, but also 50% to save on my brain CPU, because I'm a little bit indecisive. So I feel like if you think about your decision-making skills as a resource, and each time you have to make a decision, it depletes that resource, then getting further in the production of a track means you want to kind of remove all of these decision-making processes, or at least kind of get to a point where they're easier to get to. And a lot of the time, if I've got the plugin loaded with the MIDI there, then I'm always kind of tempted to go back and start micro-editing the MIDIs and doing all sorts of silly stuff that doesn't really affect the overall vibe of the tune, if you know what I mean. So the whole bounce to MIDI to audio thing, yes, it does save a lot of CPU, especially when I'm streaming and stuff and I've got a lot of stuff loaded in the project. I do need the CPU resources, but it's more because it's a workflow hack. So it's it sounds good, just move on, dude. Remove the ability to go in and tweak things to the nth degree, and you'll find that you won't be going in and tweaking things to the nth degree. But also, what it does is it kind of forces you into a different paradigm. So if you're at the point now when you're okay, the track just needs a little bit something else, but you're limited to that audio file which you've rendered out or something, now you're going to start looking at other ways of processing that you haven't used before, like loading it into a sampler and granular things and all sorts of stuff to make the most of that sample that you've rendered already. So it's like a workflow hack to increase your workflow, but it's also a way of forcing yourself out of the corner that we often paint ourselves into as creative people, Change the lead. That dude, it's what I've been doing this whole video, is just changing the leads. And you notice that all the stuff that was already rendered to audio, I've just left it. I haven't touched any of that stuff. I haven't changed the processing. I haven't EQ'd it. But it's the stuff that's still in MIDI. I'm going in there and I'm doing all these micro edits, which, I mean, if we listen to the tune before I started and we listen to it after I started, you know what I mean? The amount of time that I've kind of wasted. I mean, that's fine. I'm here to waste time with you guys. But if we're thinking in terms of a productive production workflow, then it's good to try remove a lot of these things that waste time, like faffing about thinking, I could just make this envelope a little tighter. I could change this filter to 24 dB or whatever, just render it out and move on. And if you find a better sound, replace it or remove it, I'm pretty sure there was a thing that I said I was going to do. I just wanted to get some coffee. But like now, Megamind. Have you ever produced while on psychedelics? I don't want to make anybody upset, but I don't think it's a great idea just because things become hard to grasp, you know. I would say use it for creative purposes to get ideas and inspiration. But yeah, I couldn't imagine getting much productive stuff done on some heavy psychedelics, to be honest with you. So clear and punchy. We sound so muddy, like drowning in other sounds. I guess it's like a mix of everything, you know. I think the most important thing, especially for your bass, is to get a good sounding bass, is to have good listening environment. Having a flat frequency response, because otherwise it's like that back and forth between headphones and speakers and your car and all sorts of stuff. But having a flat frequency like listening environment, or as close as possible, is at least going to show you, like, for example, if you know your bass always sounds muddy, then you'll want to process it so that it's a bit punchier and cuts through the mix and that kind of thing. But you won't know that it sounds muddy unless your monitors are showing you are actually accurate. Does that make sense? So I think I don't think there's any kind of secret sauce. Funny I mention that because there is like a rack that I've built here with Snap Heap, which I call like bass Psytrance secret sauce, but it's just like a bunch of the regular kind of multiband transient shaping, multiband compression, you know, the kind of regular stuff that we do on Psytrance bass all the time, EQs, that kind of stuff, but just in a single instance, just to make things a lot easier. But there isn't like a secret sauce for Psytrance bass to make it sound better. It's just listen. You need to listen better, if you know what I mean, so that you can know what to change. I think you already know, like, for example, your sound is too muddy. So I would try some transient shaping, get it to really cut through the mix a little bit more. Maybe add in a high frequency layer. So that's like another layer on top of the bass line with just like a transient sound. Maybe like just the first few milliseconds of a kick sample or something like that to really get it to cut through. Laurent Kings, good to see you again. Likewise, dude. How was your inspiration to start producing Psytrance, and how old were you? Jeez, I don't remember my exact age. I was in high school, and I started listening. I was very much into like hip hop and trip hop and that kind of thing. And when I first heard Psytrance, I heard it on those kind of like computer speakers with a sub, so all you really hear at that point is just boof, boof, boof. So I didn't get the appeal of it because I didn't really hear all the top layers and I didn't hear all the psychedelic effects and everything. So at that point I was kind of like, okay, no, it's just, you know, boom, boom, boom dance music, which I wasn't too keen on at that point in time. I was more keen on like the experimental side of things, more rock music and that kind of stuff as well. But then I started listening to Spangle. My brother actually got me into Spangle because he was very much into trance at that time. And I started listening to Spangle, and that was completely different because like you could hear all the layers really clear. The music itself was psychedelic. It wasn't just doof, doof, doof and all these kind of effects on top. It was like really inspirational stuff. And I think that was kind of the turning point when I was like, okay, wait, you know, let me give this a chance. I started going to a couple of trance parties, and really, I think the first party that I went to, or festival, where I actually heard it on a big system and I could actually hear all the sounds clearly and like really decipher the music. It was like, okay, this is now the genre that's like I could see the appeal, or I could feel the appeal of it like at that moment, you know. 9, dude. Trace. Start 'em young, my dude.
What is telemidi? That's wild.
Yo, sick. I love it. If anybody's wondering what the hell this massive bank of wavetables that I'm searching through is, it's the PsyTables by Dadda. You can grab it at the link which I've just posted over there. I think there's like over 200 in each. I'm not sure about the first one, but definitely over 200 in the second one. I think we need a break here. Can't just go straight back in. Oh, damn. Anti-pattern, good question. Things aren't actually looking so great in South Africa. To be honest, we've just gone back into like full lockdown because there's a third wave that's like devastating. That's like, we're currently at like the highest like new infection rate that we've had. So at first, like, we thought everything was fine and things started opening up and stuff like that. But I think we've just, as a country, we've been very slow on the uptake with vaccines. So, yeah, things are looking very bad at the moment here locally. So we've just gone back into like a full lockdown. I think they've cancelled flights and stuff again, local and international. So it'll probably be like another little while. But yeah, things aren't looking great here locally. Cordless, are you South African? Because I think it's the Delta variant, which is like of the COVID virus, which is like causing devastation here locally. I think the first round of vaccines that we actually got locally were ineffective against the second variant, which kind of like what's the word? There was like a second variant which kind of popped up here locally in South Africa, and the government had already ordered a ton of vaccines, but they were ineffective against that variant, and they're worried about whether the vaccines that they've got already are not going to be effective against this Delta variant. It's a shit show. I think it's just like here in South Africa, we don't have the greatest economy, so the government is like, I guess, fighting for scraps in terms of the like international vaccine market. I think like richer countries obviously just buy it all up, so we get all the like leftovers, if you know what I mean. So we'll often get stuff and it's like, okay, now it's ineffective and that kind of thing. Oh, you guys have it in Europe as well?
Cool, man. Yeah, that's good news. Yeah, I actually wish we could have working vaccines for everyone here in South Africa. It's a bit of a shit show. I think they've only had like one round, I might be wrong, here in South Africa of vaccinations, and that's like frontline doctors and people over the age of 60. That's the only people that have received a vaccine, and not even all of them. I think like a very small percentage of them. And the problem is now that was before this like Delta variant surfaced in South Africa, so they're probably going to have to redo that entire round. So it's probably going to take even longer for regular folks to get the vaccine and stuff. But I mean, it's such a weird thing. I think I see everywhere people kind of make it a political issue, like, oh, government, this and that. Like, for me, I've never trusted the government. I always hate this system of governance. I think is stupid. But it doesn't mean that we have to not listen to the same doctors that we go to for advice when we're sick on an average day, and that kind of thing. So I think it's less of a political thing and more of a medical thing. I mean, if you were dying of cancer and the doctor said he had a treatment for you, would you tell him, oh, I don't trust the government? You know what I mean? You'd be like, no, let's investigate this option. Helix Holmes, your friend has not just died from taking the vaccine. Please don't talk rubbish, man. Unless you can actually come up with solid proof of that, please don't. At this point, I don't think it'll ever be handled like the flu is, because at least when people get the flu, they fucking blow their nose and keep out of the other people's spaces. People seem a lot more realistic about the flu than they do about a pandemic. So, Helix Holmes, unless you can get a doctor to tell you that he died specifically from the vaccine, it's like, how do you know he was 100% healthy? Was he going for checkups every single day? There's a thing called causation, and then there's a thing called correlation. Dude, oh God, don't even start about sheep. Please, man, please. Come on, dude. If anybody's being naive, it's the person that doesn't understand the complete difference between causation and correlation. I'm also skeptical, don't get me wrong. Like, I have medical problems which may or may not cause me to maybe not be able to get the vaccine. I don't know at this point. But that's why I'm even more passionate about the fact that other people should get it, because if I can't get it and somebody else gives me the shit, then I'm going to die. You know what I mean? So, like, I'm skeptical about getting it for my own medical reasons, because I've got problems that may cause issues, and people don't know about these things. Anyway, I don't really want to get into it. I think here I want to create like a driving melodic lead, maybe something like an acid lead or like a distorted saw wave or something like that. Yep, Cool, man. The same fucking response every single anti-vax idiot gives. Sheeple, brainwashed. It's like, bro, how can, if you're not even willing to have a conversation about it, and the only response that you guys ever give is sheeple, brainwashed, you got to really look at it from the outside point of view and see who the actual brainwashed sheeple are, because you're not even willing to have a conversation about it. It's just because I disagree with the fact that the government created whatever and all this conspiracy bullshit. Just because I disagree with it, it doesn't mean I'm a brainwashed sheeple. I mean, like, fuck, I also don't agree with everything the government says. But whatever, man. Whatever makes you happy. All I know, guys, is I go to my doctor for medical advice. I don't go to the YouTube chat. And anybody who goes to YouTube videos or Google searches for medical advice, you got to question who the brainwashed sheeple are. Speak to your fucking doctor, dude. He doesn't care about the government. He doesn't care about anything other. Doctors are passionate people. They fucking at the front lines, like fucking dying of the shit to help other people. You don't become a doctor for the money. You become a doctor because you're obsessed with caring for people. Like, you actually have to be a little bit sociopathic because it's such an extreme thing. People don't just become doctors, dude. They're passionate about making people's lives better. And if you can't see that, then I don't know, man. I don't know who's brainwashed. People are asking Dr. Disrespect for fucking medical advice because he's got more followers than their doctor that they go to for actual medical advice. I guess that's where we're at right now because his name is Dr. Disrespect. I don't know. I'm just stupid comment. Okay, I need to run to the bathroom and try to get my mind off the shit so I can stop just looping this because I want to make a lead now. I'll be back in a sec. Yeah, boobay. No, my guys, the real threat is dihydrogen monoxide. Society tells us we need to ingest this shit every single day, but the scientific fact is that every single person who ingests dihydrogen monoxide ends up dead at some point. So why do we keep ingesting dihydrogen monoxide? You guys got to stop drinking the water, my man. Because everybody who drinks water ends up dead. If you guys didn't get it, by the way, that last thing was complete sarcasm, complete parody. Don't stop drinking water. You fucking need that stuff, okay? Drink lots of water. Just trying to outline the difference between causation and correlation. Shard Cordless Wire, I'll put that on my playlist and listen to it sometime. Of course you heard it for Zion, dude. This is a Dash Glitch stream. Dude, you legend. We were like at that point where I was like thinking now what to do. Time to fuck with stuff in Vital. Let me just bounce out some of these other parts and stuff. Actually, this one I can just initialize. There was nothing great happening in this preset, to be honest. But dude, didn't you know, like, even oxygen, bro, everybody who ingests oxygen ends up dead. You guys got to stop breathing, my man. You sheeple need to stop breathing. You've been brainwashed by big oxygen. So if you just like put the compressor on in multi-band mode and then resynthesize preset to wavetable, it like gives it this weird phasey offset thing. And if you just keep doing that like over and over again, you get some pretty interesting effects. It starts to sound like disperser. I like to see how fast your pupils move. It's because I got so many flipping screens in this place, dude. It's like I gotta watch the chat for people calling me a sheeple, and you know what I mean. And then we can even phase disperse this one. You really want that like wobbliness. Oh no, so that actually, that's the reason why it's like jumping up and down here. If you turn this down, then it'll be more stable, but it actually doesn't matter. We're trying to fuck up the phase as much as possible. That's kind of what gives it that disperser effect. Oh, it's like wet. In Cubase, it depends how you want to do it. I usually will have, like on my stereo output, when I'm done with the mix, I will apply a couple of mastering style processes there to see what it's going to sound like when it's mastered, but still in the project. And then I'll actually go into the mix and try fix that stuff in the mix. Like, for example, if I'm adding low end or something in a mastering rack, why not just go in and make the bass in the mix better, you know? So I try to think like a mastering engineer using the stuff on the stereo output, but then use that to just analyze rather than as the final output. So I basically want to leave as little kind of tonal processing to the mastering engineer as possible. But no, it doesn't have like a special mastering thing. Steinberg actually sells software specifically for mastering, but you don't need it. You can just create a new project, load up your audio file in that project, and then just do your processing directly onto that audio file. Or you can just load it up into the same project and solo it. That's what I often do. Yes. That was a saw wave in its infancy. Can you believe it? That's how dirty the compressor is. Well, actually the compressor is actually most like Serum as well. The compressor is designed to be like OTT, which is synonymously dirty, you know. Hold up a sec. Andy K. There is no such thing as a stupid question. Absolutely no such thing as a stupid question. All questions are valid. Something that smooths out the signal, kind of like opposite of wave folding. In what context, Keith Lane? Because I guess compression could be used to smooth the signal. Or from what I understand it, this vocode setting here is kind of like the opposite of a wavefold, because a wavefold kind of like adds things, it adds more folds of signs to kind of create more harmonics, but it feels like with the vocode setting, it kind of reduces everything down to a fundamental sign, if that makes sense. Adding some melodic variations to the last sound. Yeah, so I'm trying to create like more, I would say, minimal arrangements with like my more like newer full-on stuff, where it's not just like 100 layers playing all the same MIDIs at the same time. I'm trying to kind of create more context with the arrangement, like moving from a part which is heavily melodic into a part which is kind of heavily rhythmic, and using the same instruments and stuff rather than relying on too much of that kind of thing, you know? Hey Priest, how you doing? So the lesson we learned from this sound is if you slap enough compressors, enough multiband compressors on a saw wave, it can make like a FME type sound. But you can just do that by resynthesizing preset to wavetable with Vital's dirty compressor. Snap Heap is a host. So it's basically like a VST, which is a host for a bunch of other VSTs as well as itself. So you can load Snap Heap inside of Snap Heap, and then another Snap Heap inside of that, and blah blah blah, and you can go mental with it. But the coolest kilohertz thing actually is not Snap Heap, it's Multipass, which is the multi-band version of Snap Heap. So it's a host for all of these plugins, but on a multi-band level. So you can say, okay, I only want phaser on the mid-range, I only want a frequency shifter on the low range, and all sorts of crazy stuff. But then you can also load a Snap Heap inside of a multipass, and then another multipass inside of that Snap Heap. It's like, it's crazy. It's fucking crazy what you can do with it. The whole kind of kilohertz ecosystem. Really cool workflow hack. I think, if you're using Ableton, there's a lot of similarities between Ableton's effects racks and this kind of stuff. Obviously, there's no multiband stuff there. There are ways, I guess, of setting it up and stuff. But I guess the plus side is that I don't use Ableton. So effects racks and all that kind of stuff is something I can't really have access to. So having all of these things inside a single plugin, which I can kind of freely route and assign macros and all sorts of stuff, is huge. Because, here, for example, let me just show you. This actually came up earlier, so I did show this already for some of those people who've been tuned in the whole time. But on my bass channel here, I've got an instance of Snap Heap, which has an instance of Multipass on it, which is doing multiband transient shaping. Then it's got another instance of Multipass, which is doing like more low-end compression. So it's like multiband compression, but only really compressing the low end, and then giving a little bit of extra punch to the mid-range. Some EQ, and then another multiband compressor, just to kind of like fuck with the phase a bit more there. So I've kind of created this entire rack, which is like all these processes, which I would usually do on the bass, and I can kind of just tweak little things here and there. So for that kind of thing, it's so cool because you can create these like all-in-one systems, like presets that kind of do entire channels. Very cool. And the updates, wow, man, I'm not really supposed to be talking about, or I could talk about them actually. I'm not supposed to show you guys the updates for 2.0 because I've got it. There's some crazy stuff. Wow, the remap system is what's going to be the big thing for me. I think it's one of the big things that, like, the calling card for Vital for me was the remap system, or the mod remap system. But now in Kilohertz 2.0, they've kind of made a remap system, which is a kind of freely assignable modulator. So you can send it an input and remap that in any way to any modulation, to any audio source, to any effect. It's fucking mind-blowing. So you can use this as like a function generator almost, in a modular sense of things. So they've taken that huge extra step into that world of a kind of modular thought process, which I think is going to be an absolutely big thing, a big thing. And the coolest thing about it is I believe that the 2.0 update is going to be free. So anybody who's paid for any of the stuff, so if you own Multipass, you will then get Multipass 2.0 for free. If you own Phase Plant, you will then get Phase Plant 2.0 for free. Yeah, it's going to be exciting. Yeah, the convolver, man, that's gonna be sick, hey? Wow, it's so cool because you can load like any impulse response in there. So for like sound design and stuff, you can do some interesting things. Like imagine creating impulse responses of effects racks. Like, you know what I mean? Like imagine loading up a bunch of plugins and then sending an impulse response through that, recording it out, and then loading that up as an impulse. So, wow. The possibilities are going to be ridiculous. Actually, too much. I think it's going to be too much. Cider, they've been incredibly good with not mentioning an exact time or date so that they cannot be held responsible for keeping that. I think, from what I believe, it's basically done. It's just there's like one or two things that need to be ironed out with like the way that the GUIs load and that kind of thing. But you know how like often like programmers are like very like perfectionists. So they obviously want it to be perfect. So I think they're waiting for all the beta tests to come in and stuff. But I believe it's pretty much done. There's just a few things that need to be ironed out. I think there's also maybe one or two things extra that they want to add that they maybe haven't spoken about. I think. I mean, that's just speculation. But they did allude to like a few things like way back when. And so, I don't know. We'll see. Hey France, how you doing, dude? Yeah, actually, I've been working on prog stuff for so long now. Getting a nice, fresh melodic full-on into the veins, you know? Yeah, man, I'm on the beta team. That's how I've got the 2.0. I'm on the beta team. I'm an active beta member. I'm proud of the few bugs that I submitted. I think it's a crazy thing. I was like one of the only Cubase users on the whole beta team. So it was like there was like a bunch of things that like only bugs that only existed like for me and stuff, you know, which is pretty cool. So I'm proud of finding those bugs. Sinister Funk, are you asking will the update be free for Kilohertz subscribers? I believe yes. I believe it will be free. Dude, France, the wavetables are amazing. There's like a couple of glassy sounds. Dude, I'm sure you'll like it because there's a couple of sounds that I think you've asked me about before in the past, and I was like, no, those are virus wavetables. These got like tables here that sound identical to... The difference is like with a virus, it kind of like... It works in a different way to get that sound. It uses like a granular type thing. I don't know. But it's a very similar sound, but as a wavetable. I was showing them off a little bit earlier. Made a few sounds with it. Pretty good stuff. Oh man, I wish that would be so cool. Like if you could name the bugs. I guess like in the like submission form, I could like somehow like in the description just be like, this one, I declare this bug is called something or other. This is called the ladybug. Yeah, dude. And also in... Is it Snap Heap, which has snake? Don't make me do this, guys. I'm going to get lost. Oh, no, it's not Snap Heap. Which one is it? Is it Multipass, which has snake? Don't make me do this, guys. I'm going to get lost. As if there weren't like enough distractions creating music, you know what I mean? Now we gotta have Snake and Space Invaders and all this. Oh, damn, it doesn't wrap around. I forgot. High score. Not bad. I think Kilohertz, if I'm not mistaken, they were actually, before they got into audio development, they worked for game development companies and stuff. So they do know like a little bit about. I think they were doing more like web games and stuff. It's interesting. Be right back, guys. Sounds like my dogs are busy destroying something in the house. I gotta be right back. No, it's so long story. I've got like bird feeders and stuff in the garden, which have kind of gone out of control. So the birds, especially, so like there's a bit of a storm at the moment. So the birds like flock there. If it's cold weather, they flock there to eat like the food so that they can survive the night or whatever. So I've also got like a greenhouse in the garden, but when it's windy, the kind of like the entrance like flaps, and then birds sometimes get trapped inside. They'll like fly in there, silly birds, and then get trapped in there. And so because it's cold and rainy, I've let the dogs in and I closed the door. So I think they saw this bird like flying around in the greenhouse, and they're like going crazy because I think they want to chase it or something. So we just had to go deal with that real quick. Yeah, dude, the seasons are a bit fucked up though, because like the whole of winter we've had basically summer. So like we've had a cold front now for the last like 2 or 3 days, and that's like the first sign of winter that we've had all year, even though we're supposed to have been in winter for the last few months. So we are supposed to kind of be heading into autumn now, but I think it's kind of just going to be a replacement for what winter was supposed to be. Terence Cones, yes, I'm in Cape Town. Do they get too stoned to find their way? I think birds just, when they eat, I think they get high, honestly. Because they'll be fine, and then the moment there's food, they're like going crazy and frenzying and fucking flying into stuff. And it's pretty funny, actually. I think it's like humans get high when they take drugs, cats get high when they see catnip, and birds get high when they see food. I may have missed your question, Fishadelic, about the Sound ID thing. What was your question? Were you asking what is it? Let me see. Let me browse. Using Sound ID reference to calibrate the speakers, should you flat all the EQ at the back of the speaker, or is that irrelevant? Yeah, so the EQs at the back of speakers are generally supposed to be like acoustic correction settings, but people generally just set them to like what sounds the best as opposed to what their room needs, if you know what I mean. So if you're going to be using something like Sonarworks or Sound ID or whatever other acoustic correction systems there are, I would definitely say yeah, flat all the settings at the back, except for obviously like the volume and stuff. So don't do any like acoustic correction on the actual speaker, because that's going to adjust how Sound ID analyzes the system, if you know what I mean. Antipaton near Cape Town. So Cape Town is like, it's hard to describe. So I'm not in the city, but I'm like in Cape Town and surrounding. I'm in the southern suburbs, which is technically part of Cape Town, but it's like not in the city, if you know what I mean. But like the city and all the suburbs, or at least the city and the southern suburbs, basically like wrap around Table Mountain. So where I am is like just on the other side of the mountain to where the city is, if you know what I mean. So I could see like flames and smoke and shit from my house. In fact, like it was crazy. I was busy producing music in my studio, and I just smelt like something was burning. And I looked outside and I could see the like sky was like orange. And honestly, it felt like it was so close. I was ready to pack up my studio into the car and like get out. Because it was like on that day and we didn't really know what was happening and stuff. And you could like smell the flame, smell the smoke and stuff really, really close. But then I did checked out the news and stuff and found out like it was on the mountain, which is pretty far. So we're safe. There was a couple of like restaurants and stuff that are like on the like mountain viewpoints and stuff, which I think got burnt down. But other than that, there wasn't like huge impacts except for the UCT library burned down. I think there's just a lot of flammable stuff in there. So we lost a lot of like artifacts and historical things. So that was pretty sad. But here in the suburbs, like we didn't get any. Like there was no fire actually like here in the suburbs where I am and stuff. But I think there's a lot of wildlife that has like come from the mountain. So since the whole like fire and stuff, I've been seeing like tons of squirrels and mice and more birds than usual all over the place. So I think like that they escaped the fire on the mountain and they've come down like to the lower surrounding areas and stuff. You were there in 2018. Are you South African, Terence? Somewhere else, Joburg? I'm pretty sure you told me in one of the streams, but I have forgotten. I have a terrible memory. Frank Saraceno, how do you afford to sit there and make music all day? Don't you have to work? Seriously? What's the secret that we all need? A trust fund? No, dude, I don't have a trust fund. Nothing like that. I worked for a long time to the point where I realized that, you know, like when you're working in a job, like you're never going to kind of break past a certain point because you're always working for somebody that's going to try get more than you. That's why they're the boss, because I don't know, it's just I came to this crazy realization that I kind of just got to take the jump and figure out a way for me to be able to sit and make music all day. But it's not like I don't work seriously. So like I treat music like it's my work. So there's various like stuff that I do to monetize the ability for me to just sit here. So that's making sample packs, preset packs, doing the Patreon thing, all that type of stuff. So there's no secret, there's no trust fund. I guess also the cool thing is that life in South Africa is relatively cheap. So like I did very long ago, but it didn't really like hit me. I guess it took like a while of actually living the life and working the job to realize that like working that 9-to-5 job, you're only making somebody else rich. And there was this meme. What was it? I can't remember it now, but it like hit me so hard. I was like, geez, dude. Something about like how... Oh, I can't remember. I'm going to butcher it now, but I'll try to remember it and I'll bring it up again. But yeah, I think I'm lucky in the fact that like life in South Africa is relatively cheap. Food here is actually really cheap. And that kind of stuff. I've got a garden which I can grow food and stuff in, so I think I wouldn't say, yeah, I definitely don't have a trust fund, or I'm not on daddy's credit card or anything like that, but I am privileged to have been born in the situation that I was born in, if you know what I mean. I had two creative parents, a musician and an artist. So my whole life I kind of valued that as like a way of living, and both of them didn't make money doing the thing. You know, they made money around the thing. So my mom taught art and then became like a auctioneer and that kind of stuff. So she didn't actually ever make art. She was just loved it, if that makes sense. So I kind of learned that side of it. Like, you have to be passionate about the thing to the point where you're willing to not do the thing, but still dedicate your life to the thing and work. So I still work the same amount of hours that everyone that I did when I was working the job, if not more. Because now it's like there's never a point when I can actually turn off. You know, I don't leave work and then get home and think, okay, now it's time to chill. It's like my mind is always on the thing, and it's like, I've got an idea now, I'll write it down. And also the other thing is, like, 80% of people that are sitting at the job aren't working. They're sitting on Facebook, they're watching YouTube videos and stuff anyway. So there's that huge like disconnect between what society tells us is the right thing to do and what we're actually doing for the system to generate movement of the system, if that makes sense. You should make a dedicated video about that. Am I blabbering now? I'm sorry. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can search for the meme. I guess there's two sides to that coin. Working something that you love, I wouldn't classify it as work. I'm quite a workaholic type of person, if you know what I mean. So for me, like, I still treat it as work. Like, I said, like, I put more hours in than I did when I was actually at the job, and those hours are 100% focused hours. It's not me just surfing Facebook, and you know what I mean. So I think it's like, if you find something and you're working at something that you love, you should find that you should be able to find time to call it work and then find time to call it passion. Otherwise, you're going to burn out if it's too much of the one side, and you're probably going to be homeless if it's too much of the other side, if you know what I mean. The cool thing is that for me, like, I try not to just sit and make music in work time. I sit and try discover things, learn things, make videos, which takes the bulk of the time actually. But through this, I have these discoveries which make my, like, after hours time when I'm actually making music, it makes that flow much better. So I don't think it's like I've got this benefit of like extra hours that I'm sitting making music. It's just that now I kind of don't have to sit and like wade through all the thoughts and stuff like that, if you know what I mean. Okay, I found the meme. So you don't have to see the meme. I'm just going to like explain it to you guys because it's just as powerful, just the message. So the story is, my boss pulls up in a new Lamborghini and I said, wow, that's an amazing car. And he says, if you work hard, you put in all your hours and you strive for excellence, I'll get another one next year. And it's like, that hit me hard because I was working in a job where it was like I was putting in everything and I was getting just the bare minimum to survive. But every few months, the boss would come with a brand new fucking Mercedes or whatever. And it's like, what am I doing here, you know? I don't want a Mercedes or anything. I'm just, do you know what I mean? It's like, hits you hard. But I would say, like, if you guys want, like, the absolute honest truth, the best way to make money from, like, my side, the most profitable thing I ever did was Vital preset packs. Like, at first, I thought it was Serum preset packs because those did incredibly well. But I think that barrier of entry, the fact that Vital you don't have to pay for it, it's free. I think so many people just have it. So, yeah, that's been a really successful thing for me. So, I mean, if you guys do want to know the secret to making money on music-related things, make preset packs and sample packs and that kind of thing. I mean, I even buy that kind of stuff. You know, I buy it even though I can make all the sounds, you know. I just buy it and hoard that stuff. It's also cool to just support other creators and that kind of thing, you know. Cider, you should make a third Vital pack. It's in the process of being made, my friend. It's very early stages though. I've just got literally just like 5 bass presets. That's it. I've also got. I'm sure you've seen. You're actually one of the latest members in the inner circle, so I'm sure you've seen the other things that I'm working on. The like multi-sample instruments and stuff. Someone who shares their secrets. Well, I mean, like it's not really a secret because like all of the music producer people on YouTube, it's kind of their thing. Like make videos and then sell products like content on the side. You know, I kind of just learned it from all the other people like outside of Psytrance. You know, just wait, that's a great idea. I could leave my job and do this, and for months it was a fucking struggle. I won't lie, but yeah, started at the bottom. Now we're here. Dadda Hess, are you posting a link to a meme? Because sometimes YouTube chat, I always forget like how it works. Sometimes it shows me, and sometimes it just doesn't put it in there. Maybe just tell me the name of the meme and then I can search it. Okay, so I think the whole idea that I was trying to like portray earlier is like movement between two distinct parts, like a very melodic part and then a very rhythmic part. So we kind of have this like constant feel like the track is like evolving, even though there's just like simple building blocks, you know? So considering the fact that here we've got this like heavy melodic build-up, maybe we can kind of drop it into this like more like rhythmical kind of thing that we created earlier. that FM sound, this one here, France, that's the preset that I spoke to you about like literally the other day. The one that I did during that Futurephonic thing. I think I either sent it to you or I put it in the inner circle. Would you make a Psy remix of Barbie Girl? Do you mean the Aqua song? Fuck no, because there's nothing like musical in there that kind of shouts to me. Hey Liam, dude, how you doing? Long time. Damn. Glad you dig the bass. Cheers, Andy K. Hope you have a good day further. Is that bass too punchy when it has those higher variations? How does it come through on your guys' side? Does it sound too much when it does those higher variations? Or is it okay like in this part, but does it get too punchy in this part? Let me know. The idea is like it's the same, like these parts at the end of the bar are like little snippets of this. So I'm basically like hinting at the groove throughout the entire track. So when it comes in, it's like you already recognize it, and that's why it's like, oh, that sounds cool, because you already know kind of what's happening. So your brain recognizes the patterns, and it's like, haha. So it's a really powerful trick to kind of like design like a sound or a MIDI or something. I don't know why I've still got this one loaded. It's an old example. Anyway. And then cut it up and use it to like introduce the part throughout the track. And then only like right at the end it comes in. But I kind of want to make a synth, I think, like a distorted saw wave kind of synth. Maybe coming in slowly on a high pass filter. Using the same progression to really like, so that when it comes in, it's like, yo, you know what I mean? No, I wasn't fishing for compliments, dude. Honestly. It's just like there's so much processing happening on it that if you listen to it alone, it does kind of sound like it's too much. It's like punchier than the kick. Well, I was thinking of like splitting the channel and having just the higher notes. I hope another bird isn't stuck. And just having the high notes on like a separate channel and maybe processing them slightly less with my kind of the rack that I've made there. Let's check out some more of these wavetables while we're at it. I'll probably end up using the bass one of the bass wavetables and just loading that up and creating a lead, because I do kind of want a wonky saw wave type of thing. What am I doing? I'm looking in presets. I should be looking in wavetables. Here we go. But we could maybe make a riser. I think there's a couple of cool things. Yeah, risers. There we go. Could try make some experimental stuff. Oh, thank you, man. Thank you. Appreciate that. Bro, this stuff is so sick. That sounds like that meme of that cat. Luck, 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 luck. This is crazy stuff for like sci-fi effects for like movies or games. Like this sounds like a robot powering up or something. How to load a Vital sound bank. There's various ways. You could either just copy it into the documents folder. I think my first one, it isn't a bank format because it was before the bank format actually was working properly. But otherwise, you can right-click here and say import bank. And then if the file is a .vital bank file, then it'll import it. Or yeah, hamburger icon is the same as right-clicking here. Or you can just drag and drop it into your documents. Yo, this is nice. I like. Yeah, it is most annoying, right? These are just wavetables. They are available here. These are the PsyTables by Dadda. So you can load them up in almost any wavetable synthesizer. They're not presets for specifically Vital. You can use them in Serum, Phase Plant, Dune, Ableton Wavetable. Somebody name a random wavetable synth. You can use it in that. I don't know if it's going to fit, but it needs to go in somewhere. We're going to make a part just to fit that. Works in UVI Falcon, I'm sure. Like a nice down lifter, downwinder type of thing. I knew it. I got carried away there. Let's make this lead. I want to use one of the bass. Let's just initialize. is a bit like on the bass, eh? Yo, 101 likes. Wow, thanks guys. Jeez. I wasn't even watching. Smash the like if you're not a brainwashed sheeple. We got 104 not brainwashed sheeple here. It kind of does have a slap bass kind of vibe to it. Oh gosh. We're going to summon Davey 504. Like the robotic version of Davey 504 appears. I reckon the squelchers have to carry on there. Cheers, Keith Lane. Shot for joining. Hope you have an awesome evening. Thanks, Lion. Thank you. Oh wow, Dadda, thank you. That's amazing. It's usually not the case. You want to check the percussions up close? Sure thing. So it's just like your regular kind of vanilla Psytrance percussion loop, but then with a weird noise thing added. So simple. And then it's just got this thing. I think I made this on the modular. Yeah. Good ears. Actually, you're not hearing disperser, but you're hearing multiple multiband processes happening over each other, which does create the same effect that a disperser would create. It's like that kind of like stacked up phase distortion that you get. I think there is something special about this percussions though. It's being clipped and then compressed with quite sharp so this with pretty sharp like attack times. So this thing actually works in reverse that most other compressors work. As you can see, slow is like this side. Usually it's the other way around. So the attack is actually really fast. So that's what gives it kind of like gels all the percussions together with that similar kind of like pluckiness. Let me show you what it sounds like without this processing here. Big difference, eh? I'm gonna be right back, and then I'll show you. Do you have do you have snap heap and multipass? If not, I mean, you can do it with like even Ableton compressor, any like multiband compressor, you can kind of achieve similar things, but you don't get quite the control, which I'll show you in this kind of like little rack thing that I've set up. But I'm going to be right back. Let me find a loop that we can listen to so long. Damn, I've been going for almost 5 hours. Holy moly. How late is it? Wowzer. Wowzers. Shifting phase is not necessarily something that you don't want with bass. You just generally want to make sure that like the low fundamental is in unison with the fundamental of your kick. So if you shift the phase, you could always like do other things. Sometimes it creates nice, like interesting effects. I generally don't use disperser on the bass because it's a little bit too exaggerated. I like to create similar types of effects using like multiband processing and stuff. Often I mean, a lot of people talk about like the most common effect on bass for Psytrance is either the Waves Trance X or Cubase's multiband envelope shaper, both of which do exactly the same thing to your phase that any multiband processing would do. Same with disperser. But it's just being aware of it, I think, is like the power move. Like being aware of what's happening with your phase and then knowing if it's like not in unison with that fundamental from your kick, it's going to create like something that slightly sounds out of tune, if you know what I mean. So let's have a look at the space again. So this is a preset from Mute Productions pack, the Mute Productions Vital Psytrance Volume 1. And then there is a snap heap on here. So this is the interesting thing. Acoustics, what is that? Get that elastic sound. Let me have a look at what that is. Acoustics plugin. Oh, the Tone 2 thing. I briefly heard about this, but I've forgotten. Yeah, okay, so it looks like it does a similar thing. It's got phase enhance, multi-exciter, which both sound like they're going to do a band split effect. You see the thing with like most of those like all-in-one types of things, it's getting better. I have movement in my main clicking finger. Went for x-rays, no broken bones or anything. Just like the wound needs to heal and stuff. So I'm just on like painkillers and antibiotics because there's a minor infection and stuff. But I've got movement in this finger, so I can make music again. Most of those like all-in-one kind of things. In fact, any effect you can recreate with Snap Heap and stuff. Okay, beside like retrigger stuff, unless you get really fancy with your delay times and that. But essentially what's happening here is it's a Snap Heap preset with all of like the usual stuff that I used to do on bass, like recreated in multipass. Like for example, this is like a clone of Waves Trans X or any multiband transient shaper. So inside this is just 3 bands, low, mid, high, all being transient shaped with various macros assigned. The trick here with the transient shaper is to have the sidechain coming from the top band, not from itself, because these bands tend to get very rumbly. So if you sidechain the transient shaper from the top band, you just get that first click, and that triggers the transient shaper. So that gives you like a much better effect when setting that up. And then there's just a gain afterwards, just to do like a gain matching type thing. Yeah, I did a band split. And then here, this is basically like another multi-band system with just compression for the subs and low end, and then just a little bit of like punch happening on the top end. But the way I've set it up here is there is a macro to like compress the tops if I need. So if, for example, the bass is like in a much higher register, like a higher key, then I can just like add in the tops, or I can reduce the punch or something like that. Then again, there's another gain. I think this one is actually, I turned this rack off, so there's none of this exact process happening. But I kind of designed this rack so I can quickly, enable things and disable things without having to like search through my entire plugin library and be like, oh, I need this, I need that, I need this. So it's just like one thing, load on, tweaks and presets, Bob's your uncle. Then there's an EQ with a low cut and a bit of like reduction in the mids, and another gain just to keep everything like at a similar level. And then finally is a multi-band. This is basically like the 5X OTT. It's like 5 dynamics processors, like multi-band split. So it's like OTT, but with 5 voices or whatever you would say, with 5 band splits rather than just 3. But again, each of these like lanes, I have the ability to kind of like turn them on. If I need, I can change the offset of that EQ. So like if I want to change it, turn it up a little bit, and you'll see that this node here of this EQ, it's like, how can I say? it's relevant to the fundamental offset. So if you shift it, it kind of like shifts the entire EQ. So that exact harmonic will be always in the same place. I end up reducing that to give the kick a little bit more punch in the mix, if you know what I mean. What have I done now? There we go. I think it was around there. Yeah. Yeah, so that's about it. The thing is with this is like I was really going overboard just to try see like how much of my processing chain I could fit into a single plugin, if you know what I mean. So it is a bit overkill, but hey, it works. We can do some comparisons of like what it sounds like before and after each of these like sections of the chain, so you guys can get like a picture of what each of these parts is doing, and like without the plugin and stuff if you want. We can actually just solo kick and bass and do some ABs here. So this is just like flat. I mean, it sounds nice. It didn't really need processing, but why not? So like just these simple kind of processes just stacked the right way and with the right macros, I've kind of given myself just the amount of controls that I generally need with a bass line. Like, I need a little bit more sustain in the low end, or I need a little bit more punch. And I don't have to jump in and try to figure out like what's what, it just makes the production process so much smoother, Sounds fire without snappy. Well, here's the thing, is at the end of the day, you can't polish a turd. It's like the one golden rule with sound is you can't polish a turd. If it's shit on the way in, it's going to be shit on the way out. Doesn't matter how many multi-passes or how many dispersers and how many sound goodizers you slap on that thing. Shit in, shit out. That's kind of how it works. So it helps to have something good to start with. But then all this is doing is it's kind of just accentuating certain elements, just a little bit of click on the top end, just a little bit more like stable mid control, if you know what I mean. Before, the mids kind of felt like they weren't quite punching alongside the kick and stuff. So anyway, could go on explaining for days. But here's the crazy thing: is like, actually, no. I don't want to give it. I'm saving it for this Friday's video, so stay tuned. You're asking what else is on the chain besides Snap Heap. I don't think anything that's actually changing the sound. Okay, wait, there's a equilibrium doing a bit here and there. I think that was just to kind of get the little extra little punch at the same like frequency as the punch of the kick, just so that they kind of gel a little bit nicer. So just some simple EQing, and then LFO tool for the sidechain, and Oscillos Megascope just so that I could see what was happening with the phase. Oh yeah, but check here. Check how like out of phase this actually is. Well, in phase, but check how it's not a saw wave or sine wave. It looks wonky, but still sounds good. You see, it's like it looks completely wrong, but it aligns, so sounds good. No, there's actually a video that I've already basically scheduled it, and my Patreons and stuff have some of my Patreons have probably already seen it, because I do like an early access thing, but I don't want to spoil it because obviously they get the early access, so I don't want to spoil like what's coming in the video because then it kind of defeats the purpose of them having the early access. So unfortunately, no spoilers, guys, but it is a cool little technique and stuff. Can you show it with over the kick, please? You mean without? Oh, you mean Oscillos Megascope with the kick as well? Okay, yeah, that was... should have been obvious for me. Actually, there's a last little bit of processing, but it's on the kick and bass group. This guy, San 3 comp. I think this is basically SSL mix bus compressor. I think either that or I forget which one is which, but it sounded good. I've actually got it written down here. Got to keep notes on all this shit, you know. It's the SSLG series. That's the one. But I mean, that like barely even touches the sound. I'll show you what it sounds like with and without. Maybe just a bit more like brightness or like something like that it adds. Indeed, Dadda, indeed. But I'm sure you know a way around that for certain tasks. Why especially SSL G series compressor for good for kick drums? Well, kick and bass. Because it's a very stable design of compressor. It's very precise. So often what you put in is what you get out, plus whatever the sound is added. Various other compressors are like either a little bit, I don't want to say inaccurate, because they're just, some people call it more musical or less precise or whatever. The SSL G series is just known to be like incredibly, it acts really fast and it's incredibly precise. Generally that type of compressor, I think it's a VCA type of compressor. I'm actually also planning like a video doing I actually did a video on compression like a while ago, but I didn't quite touch all the topics that I think I wanted to. So I am doing like a follow-up on that. That's why I've got all this shit written down here in front of me. But the SSL G series is specifically known for being like very precise, but also it has that particular sound to it. I think the other name for the G series compressor is the bus compressor, the SSL bus compressor. Because it's so so precise, people generally use it on like a bus or a group, because it won't make things too wonky, if that makes sense. I probably butchered that explanation, and I'm really sorry. It's like late in the stream and in the day, so, but I hope you understood. Yeah, I guess you're almost. I agree with you to a certain extent, Dadda. Most of the time, kind of in most examples, a kind of more precisional compressor is a good example or a good idea to go with for especially for fuller mixes where you don't want too much unexpected stuff or extra noise added or extra harmonics and stuff. But I think I don't want to spoil too much, because I do want to save most of this explanation for my video on compression. But you get a lot of different types of compression, and I'd say 50% of those kind of old school ones are very unstable, and the other 50% are designed to be a lot more precise and that kind of thing. No, the track it was just a bunch of loops before the stream. But yeah, a lot of the old school compressors, for example, this SSLG compressor, it's known for being very precise, and it kind of just has this particular color which sounds good to me, and I kind of wanted that. So, for example, tube compressors aren't that precise, but maybe they do something to the sound in other ways. Maybe too much hardcore precision is not always very musical. So some people say that the compressors that aren't as precise sound more musical because they're doing things organic kind of things to the sound and that kind of thing. Yeah, but there's so many different types of compression and stuff that I think to know the pros and cons of each one that you have is, I think, very beneficial, rather than kind of having the idea that X is best for what we do, if you know what I mean. Generally speaking, I try to avoid using compression because it can often skew how your ears perceive the sound. And if we go from non-compressed sound to a really compressed sound that's gained up, our ears kind of lose a bit of that kind of sensitivity. So it's always good to A/B and go back and double check in a mix tomorrow or later on down the line, because compressors can often be they can often do more damage than they can fix up, except if you kind of take into account each one's kind of specific use cases and all that kind of thing, Plug in Dr. Run on all the compressors on the market. Yeah, man. It's a good start. Also, just being able to know how the dynamics of a compressor will definitely help to understand how you would use it, how quickly it reacts to sounds and that kind of thing. I'm sure we all know that what a plugin says on the interface, the value that is there is not always the value that you get out. Some EQs, when you cut at 250 and you look at a spectrograph, it's not exactly at 250 and vice versa. So there's all sorts of things to take into account. It's either being designed a specific way or maybe not, I think colorful compression suits better the acoustic recorded stuff. When you design your own sounds, you hardly need something to change what you created in the first place. Yes and no. I think with compression, it acts in a slightly different way. We're not dealing with frequency response. We're dealing with kind of a time-based system. So yes, you could just design a sound with specific envelopes and stuff like that, and sidechain it to specific things. But certain compressors react different ways when, so I'm going to butcher this because it's not a well thought out video or whatever. But for example, the way that release times work and stuff like that, sometimes you don't catch the first clip as the next release comes out, and these things create a kind of organic sound, or vice versa. Sometimes they can control transients in a way which we can't do at a synthesis level. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's a good analogy. It's like salt, Yeah, for intense peaks, percussion groups and stuff, I generally use clippers. But compression is not always only for taming peaks. Sometimes it's for controlling peaks, like enhancing them. Some of the slower acting compressors actually enhance the transients because they take so long to act, and you're gaining the signal afterwards. The transient actually punches through so much nicer. So anyway, we could talk for days. Oh God, is this happening now? Oh well. I think I'm going to call it anyway. It's been a while. I'm getting tired. Yeah, I'm going to definitely call it. It doesn't look like Vital's coming back. It looks like it has crashed. I think we are going to call it. Thank you everybody for tuning in. It was a good stream. Definitely. It was good. Very productive. Exactly what I needed. So yeah, see you guys soon. Have a good evening further. Bye-bye.